chart, picking up from yesterday, really not much change in the monthly perspective. We have an outside month here. So the current month high and low are both lower and higher than the previous months. We're trading basically right in the center of the previous month's range. Key level that we're watching is that 37.75, right? That's been a nice equilibrium for us, or for the market, more or less, for the past, forever. Really since, like, was it May? Basically for a year now, right? It's been kind of like the center of gravity for the market for about a year now. And so we'll continue to monitor that level and see if any breakaway from that level is actually sustained, and kind of go from there. Something key to understand here with the monthly making a new low and a new high is that the volatility is increasing, right? So we're getting an increase in volatility. Last month's volatility was pretty low. We did have a couple days towards the end of the month that had some decent moves, but for the most part, really low volatility. We're 9 days in to the month now, and we've already taken the low and the high, so we're already kind of increasing that range. So that's just something to be aware of with your trade size, positioning, things like that. On the weekly, you kind of see a similar thing. The previous week took the high and also took the low, but so far, it's only Tuesday, and we're basically trading right in the middle of that range. That you can see the close was up here. I know the market's trading a little bit lower now, but trading towards that previous month's low. But so far, we are remaining inside the previous month's range, and those are kind of the key levels to be paying attention to, right? Any break outside of these levels, this previous month's low or previous month's high, we'd start to look for a larger move. Something that we are tracking here too is that the weekly is balancing. As you can see, in reality, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 weeks in a row now, we've had everything kind of contained within last week's range, but there's a balance that's formed here. That's something that we definitely want to be paying attention to. On the high side of this balance, kind of being that 80 level, 79 I have marked here, but around that 80 level, and then the low, that 41.15. The low of the previous week was 40.62 quarter, and so that'll kind of be on the ticket, right? If we break below that, the next level down really is like that 40.25 level. 40.50 might give some headway, but I think that 40.25 to 4,000 level is going to be kind of the next key if the market breaks down with some momentum. This does look like the second week in a row that we've kind of had a peak below, right? We were kind of in a 3-week balance. We had a peak below, traded back up to the balance. Another peak below, traded back up, but this time not as high, right? Still finished the week negative. And then so far this week, we're kind of just hanging out for the most part. Morning. Over here on the daily, you can see. Can you guys hear me or no? Oh, okay. Over here on the daily, we can see, some gaps still holding, right? Gap up here, there's a gap up here, there's a gap down here. So we still have some what seems to be responsive buyers, right? There still seems to be some trapped shorts. We know that the speculators, or the smaller traders, for the most part, are still net short according to the COT. And so that basically every time they get down here, we get kind of like those bounces, and kind of trade back into this kind of ugly, choppy mess. But you can tell, the market's getting emotional here when it starts leaving these gaps behind. Switching over to the profiles, you can see that there is still a chance, right? It's 9:11 right now, but there is a chance that we open up the market today on a gap lower, as we're trading below the previous day's low right now. And so maybe gap rules will be in play. Will depend on how the market opens up. Unless there's a liquidation here soon, the gap's going to be pretty small, and so decent odds that it gets closed. Reviewing yesterday's session real quick, we had that liquidation late in the day, and that was basically off of the Fed balance sheet. Let me see if I can. Here, so let's go to yesterday. Basically, right when the news came out, it was this loan officer survey. I guess not giving us any numbers here, but basically what happened when this came out, the market dropped pretty substantially. I mean, I guess not really too far. What is that, like 10 handles basically? So nothing too kind of insane. Ran straight into buyers and then just kind of short covered back up. But basically, this was just saying that the market was offering less credit. People were applying for less credit. Just a lot less, like a lot less money being loaned out and a lot less money wanting to be loaned. So a lot of less demand as well, and so it kind of showed a slowing. And kind of a bad news is bad news, but the market recovered and pretty much just stayed balanced yesterday. We did finish the day yesterday with a poor high, right? Only 2 ticks of excess. That's a poor high in my book. That 57.5. So that's really going to be kind of the key leading into today. If, should the market hold this little 45 that's trying to hold here, break up above the 50, right? 50 has been basically like a magnet lately. Can it find buyers above this level? So far, this level to start the week is basically kind of telling us we've got excess above, we've got a poor high. It's showing a lack of demand really above the 50, in my opinion. So, and you can see basically where this ledge is at right at the 50, getting into this distribution, right? This distribution, I would say, I mean, you could even draw it all the way up to here, but basically that 50 with this huge ledge, the market would need to climb above that to really get to a bullish state. Heading into today, the key I'm kind of looking for is this Globex low going to hold, right? We've got a poor low here in Globex session. We're starting to get a little bit ledgy down here, little holding. No big thing. All right. Starting to get like a little bit heavy, starting to hold like a ledge. So if there is a break and nice retest and they can't really get back into yesterday's range, I think there's decent odds that we start trading down into this 24 area, maybe even lower. The 16-ish area has been acting as a little bit of support as well. Down here, 14, 16 is where we had that previous open. And then, of course, below that 11.5 to the 98 quarter, we have a gap. So we should see some buying active down there. Maybe old business. We'll have to wait and see. And so basically what I'm looking for here is I'm looking for early on the market to catch a bid, right? We've got overnight inventory 100% net short, so we'd like to see if there's an overnight inventory correction. If there is an overnight inventory correction, we pop down, hold that 37.75, 37.50, 37.38, right? Call it whatever you want. Just around that level. Like to see a bid back up to the 50, maybe a little bit of short covering combined with some new buying, right? Off some strength of yesterday's excess. If not, and we don't get a nice overnight inventory correction, then most likely the market will offer lower. There's not really a ton of economic data coming out, right? 10:30 we have the IBD, and then 12:05 we have the FOMC member. That's probably what the market's really going to be waiting on in um, order to really kind of make its decision. We look at the economic data today, right? There's really not much. You just got um, Jefferson speaking, or he was speaking earlier, and then we've got the short-term energy outlook. But really, that Williams is going to be speaking, and that's pretty much what everyone I think is going to be waiting on. You've got the 3-year auction at 1 o'clock, um, and then what I wanted to look at also yesterday. Yeah, so this is going to be key, right? Because we've got a lot of um a lot of kind of tension, I guess, going on with some other countries. And so you can see China had increased exports but decreased imports. And in reality, with our market kind of slowing down, it slows down their market as well. And so they really, you know, something bearish for the US market would be if we start to see imports increase in China, right? So this would be something that we'll be wanting to pay attention to on a global perspective. If we start to see these imports increase into China, then typically that should be bad for the US market. So that'd be something definitely that we want to watch. Um, Not really any news today, like I said. Tomorrow we've got the famous CPI, and then we've got CPI for China later on that night, Wednesday night. So that'll be something definitely to be paying attention to as well. Most likely this morning, right? We're opening about what's this? We'll call it 15. It's a little bit different, close to 20, maybe. Um, I guess about 20 off the high from yesterday. Will probably open up with a pretty negative tick. The breadth will probably be pretty abysmal to open up the market. The Nasdaq is trading pretty much right in line with the ES right now, whereas the Dow is actually inside. Well, actually, no, the Nasdaq and the Dow are both inside yesterday's range. So the Dow actually broke the low of yesterday's range. The Nasdaq didn't. Right, Nasdaq's been a little bit stronger lately, anyways. But as of right now, Nasdaq is kind of trading at the low, similar to so. Um, but yeah, other than that, I think the big key today will be watch these sector boxes. If we start to get some bullishness in the sector boxes overall, that'll give us some confidence to try to trade back into yesterday's value. And if not, we don't get a nice overnight inventory correction that really we want to see it take us above this 40, 42 level. Then, we'll probably be looking for a fade or looking to, see if the market wants to come back down 25, maybe 15 or so. Tomorrow's news is pretty big. Warner Roach. Yeah, the you're talking about the CPI. Yeah, I mean it's supposed to be big. It's really like the only big economic data on the week, so it'll probably have some market moving ability. But I'm not sure really if the market is expecting too much out of it, to be honest with you. Yeah, we've got about 8 minutes until the market opens up. Um, Now's the time. Finalize your plan. Get ready to manage some risk today, right? And yeah, take a little quick peek around the block. Apple looks like they're opening up in their lower range. Microsoft's actually right in the middle of their range. Nvidia's opening up in the lower part of its range from yesterday. Well, actually, not really. It's actually opened up just a little bit off the high, but still looks pretty strong. I'll be right back, guys. Some other news too. I think what's their faces? XRP or Ripple lost their what's it called? Their lawsuit yesterday. They traded down a couple ticks. And then another crypto exchange got shut down yesterday, Bitrex or something like that. So we've got about 1 minute. Actually, we got about 10 seconds. So it does look like we're going to be opening up on a small gap here. You're starting to see a little bit of a bid trying to show up here. Not getting any upticks. All right, there we go. There's the open. So no real strong push yet to get an overnight inventory correction. So it looks like the market wants to try a little bit lower here. See if it's going to break that Globex low. There it goes. Offer still trying to move down here. You can see the tick opens up on the low here. We got the breath, like we expected. Breath pretty ugly looking. Market trading low right away. Bit of a recovery right there. A little short covering. You're starting to see a rebid there, so this might be a buy spot. If they keep rebidding this area here. Offer still moving down. Apple took a big leap up off of the open, but it's coming back down here a little bit. Same thing with the Nasdaq, coming back down to its open. But it looks like this is a good risk reward area for a long here. If we start to see the market above 33.5, then at 34 is the low. It looks like you could probably sneak in a nice little 5-point risk and then look to be trading up to like that 44. Offer still moving down here though. Sorry. Gotta get over this spot right here, this 33.5, where that offer's at. A lot of selling coming in right here still. Right at that Globex low. So if you took that long, or you're thinking about taking it now, right, it's still pretty decent to go for. Just watch that 39.40 level. So you're risking about, against the low, you're risking like 3 points. But if you had already taken it at this 34 is kind of like your make or break decision time. You've got to either flatten the position and maybe add it back on if it comes back down 31.5, or I mean, you could just let it ride, I guess. The thing is here, you got the pop that you were looking for, right? We saw some sellers getting stuck. They're not getting in. Bid starts coming in. We're at that 34 level, and offers still trying to come in here pretty decent. But if this thing starts to go bid here, then we should see it up at least back up to like 37, 39 area. Seeing some of the sector boxes try to go green. Weighted AD still red. The tick made a decent little bounce along with the Nasdaq and the Dow, both being above their opens right now. So the ES is kind of just lagging behind here. Microsoft's looking pretty strong. Apple's kind of reversing. Apple and Microsoft kind of trading, back and forth, which is surprising. You'd kind of expect them to be almost trading hand in hand, but they're not. So look for the bid to show up here. Bid shows up here, we should pop up. 37.5, maybe 40. 37.5 would close the gap. We're still showing up here. Yeah, if buyers can't get it going, that would mean that they're stuck. They tried real hard on that 33.5, 34 level. Give it one more try on the 32. Nvidia's puking them up pretty good. Nvidia's lower distributions at like 285, 33. 285.50, we'll call it. That looks like where it's going. Didn't make a newer low right there. So all that offering that came in from the 34 couldn't make a new low. So if they can't make this new low, watch this 34 again. If they don't reoffer that 34, then I'll probably weak. They are definitely trying though. You can see the tick coming back down. The sector box is not looking great here. But sometimes, you know, decent offer coming in, gets upticked a little bit. Both bots are in puts, you said? Yeah, Nvidia's on its ass. So it already closed, right? Yeah, nice. I like the sound of that. All right, time to fly. That was about to hit its high. There's that 34. This is the last chance for these sellers to reoffer. Or fucking make them into a soup. Their heads on the posts of our long camp. Watch this area right here, like 30. You see where these large offers came in originally. If you don't see them reoffer here, and you are seeing them reoffer a little bit. Mm-mm-mm. There's that 37.5. Yeah, Nasdaq. So the Dow just ripped up like fucking 50 points. I don't know if there was news in the Dow. Maybe did Boeing announce that they actually got that contract? Um, Google went on the tear to the upside as well. Finally hit the fucking target 109. So we didn't quite get to that 40 level. I thought we were gonna pop maybe up to that 40. Like you can see most of the sector boxes that are important are green now. Tick is still below zero, so we'd like to see some improvement in the tick. We've definitely seen some improvement in the breadth early on. Oh, hang on 1 second. Hello? Hey, buddy. Microsoft's on the high. Apple's still trying to come down here a little bit. Take a little peek around the block here, and you've got some back and forth here. You got Apple down 0.2 from the open, AMD's down 1.2 from the open, Amazon down 0.1, Google's up 1.3, 1 point or like 1.25% basically from the open. Meta's up 0.5%, Microsoft up 0.5%, Nvidia down 0.6, Netflix basically flat, Tesla down 0.35. So there was a big offer up at 39 before the market opened. If we see it on here, split. So we zoom this in here, and you can kind of see where I'm talking about. So here's this 39 here, and you can see a big offer kind of came in right here, right? You get 2,000 lots. See the high volume comes basically right before the market was able to kind of pick this up. But that's where that big offer came in, started to push it down before the market opened up. Market traded basically right up to it. 12 contracts traded on the high, so it kind of ran out of steam, kind of alluding to us that maybe that rally was short covering, and now what they're trying to do is maybe convince buyers that like, hey, safe again, on outside. And you could, I mean, you could keep the numbers on if you want to. Like, there's nothing wrong with it. I just don't. It's kind of messy on my charts. I don't really. 41.25. Yeah, yeah, that's a pretty big level too down there, like that 41.25. I kind of feel like if we really break below 41.30, that we're pretty much going to 10 and to 4100, to be honest with you. So, but it doesn't look like they are selling anymore. Like, you're just not seeing any. I mean, we saw a little bit strong offers up here next to that 40 or 39, 39, 40, whatever. Um, Not really seeing a ton of strong offers move lower here yet. Not that there's bids, but yeah, definitely got some stuck shorts there for sure. Well, this is kind of like the how the auction goes, right? So the auction came down here. There was a buyer here. They, soaked in all these, I hate calling them weak hands because sometimes they're not weak hands, but short-term sellers kind of got stuck here. The market bounces. Let me change this off. Um, Market kind of bounces up here. Now they're offering the price higher, and they're saying like, "Hey, we know that you sellers, you know, you like to sell it down here. What about selling it from up here?" Interesting that pop on the Dow. I'm looking for some news on that, but I don't see it. You guys see it either? Yeah, that's the way. Tomorrow. That's Wednesday. Yeah. Yeah, the debt ceiling. I think it's tomorrow. It could be today. I could be wrong. Yeah, the debt ceiling. Yeah, I think you're right. And then I don't know. So like the way that my brain works, right? Because of psychology, I guess, is like Janet Yellen's just been on the mic all week, just fucking bitching about this debt ceiling. Oh, fucking blah, blah. It's a crisis. Like I feel like anytime they are just harping on shit in the news, it just doesn't fucking matter. I feel like every time they're just like, oh, pay attention to this, pay attention to this, pay attention to this. That's the kind of shit that's like, well, that shit doesn't matter. And so like, I'm more inclined to believe like that they already have a deal, and that Biden's just gonna get on and be like, deal's done. Congratulations, America. We get to keep building up that debt. We paid our bills this month. So like, hang on, what'd you say? You cut out. Exactly. Yeah, they're not going to bring it up. So that's kind of why I'm thinking like maybe that debt ceiling is not really that big of a deal. You're seeing a little bit of an offer try to come in here 35 below the open. See if they can stick it. Um, it's like well, if it was such a big deal, like why the fuck don't you guys figure it out? What the fuck up about it? Fucking sit in the room and work that shit out. Apple's on the low too. Microsoft trying to turn around. Yeah, you just saw liquidation in Nasdaq for sure. And we know that a market that's crossing back and forth above and below its open to start the session typically is just a sign of you know uncertainty or indecision from the market. The market kind of telling us early on it really doesn't know what it wants to do. Nasdaq catching a bid here too. Who bought it underneath the open? They're really trying to stick this offer at 35 here though. 35, 36. Get a pop above that, rebid 36 half, then you should see 39, 40 area again. Watch this 36 half to go rebid. If it goes rebid, then this thing goes back above the high. Seeing the bid come out. Just watch for upticks. 36.75, 300 lots, 400 lots goes uptick. Another 200 come in. They get downticked by an offer. Yep. Oh man, I'm in the nicest NASDAQ long you wouldn't fucking believe. My god. 20 pointer. Yeah, I bought it. Let me turn on the execution. $13 27975. Yeah, right below the open. Thanks. Well, I haven't closed it yet, so it just made sense, right? Because the Nasdaq never broke its Globex low, neither did the Dow, and the Dow's actually above its Globex. Um, oh fuck, I didn't move my fucking take profit. What a fucking rookie! Damn it, you guys distracted me. No, um, the Nasdaq never broke its Globex low, and then the Dow's above its Globex high, and so it made sense. Like, okay, the ES must just be lagging here. So we bought the ES, still holding the ES long, but the like closing Nasdaq, closing Nasdaq long, and I tried to get filled on the Dow, around like 33,620, but I never got filled. Next area of resistance is like 43 to 46. 43, basically the close of those singles. I don't really see anyone trying to re-offer this area. There wasn't a lot of trading during that. It kind of just seemed like a liquidation more than anything. And then you still get that 45-degree angle off this. Now we've got excess. Even though I thought I was reading that, I was reading like excess typically isn't made inside of balance, but I don't know if that's really true. Look at all the sectors just looking nice and strong here. Yeah, as soon as you're like the AMD bot sold the first one, I'm like perfect. Coming along, and that's what I want to hear. Yeah, well, got the move right away. You're seeing offer try to come down right here on this 40 half, but doesn't look like it's catching. They're trying to step up this 41 half now. The buyers might be getting stuck right there, 41 quarter. 1,200 lots trading. Nasdaq's in its single print from overnight. Dow's coming back down to the Globex high. Remember the Dow was a lot weaker yesterday in comparison too. Like the Dow really never rallied back up above the open. Um, whereas the ES kind of just struggled at the open for a while. They say to do different things, so yeah, you have to check out. Today, Jim Cramer. What if Jim Cramer's doing everyone a favor? He's like, hey, I'm on TV every day, and I can't tell you, I can't just give, you know, the the, the secrets out. But if I say what not to buy in like an inverse way, what if that's his plan all along? He's not. Yeah, he's not an idiot. Yeah, exactly. And also like he's 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 not trading fucking today. Ooh, offer moves down and smashes that bid right there. Let's see if they get 35. Um, he's not trading on like a fucking 1 day chart. Yeah, that would have been a good one. That's tough, like when the market's kind of just moving up higher, right? Or like that. 12 minute, huh? You would have taken a long? Oh, Bitcoin. Oh yeah, Bitcoin puked them, huh? It's like they want that open here. Yeah, you can kind of see a little double distribution here, right? The profile is real thin. That's where the short covering kind of happened. It popped up. They tried to hold the open, didn't really get it, and then a bid came in, 36, ran it up, and then now we're seeing just that liquidation. Not really seeing too strong of offers on the way down, but you do have some trapped longs above. My tick size on the Nasdaq? What do you mean? Oh, I think they're on a one tick. I'm just looking at them so zoomed out. I don't look at the Nasdaq um as far as like for the same kind of nuances that we see on the ES. Doesn't the Nasdaq's a little bit less respectable or responsive to things like that. Buyers trying to buy above the open again. Seen tech go red here. Apple's kind of looking like hot garbage. Nvidia's back on the low. The Volt is still trending lower here. Really, Apple's kind of holding the market back here. Apple's down 0.3. Got Amazon green, Google green, Meta green, Microsoft green, Netflix green, Tesla's red. Apple and Tesla kind of holding the tech down. Nasdaq almost was it about 10 handles above its open as well. Little liquidation there. We're gonna get back to the old days. Remember, for a while we had a B period that took the A high and A low like almost every day. Real estate, I imagine, is getting hammered due to the that report that came out yesterday with not many people really taking new loans on. Now we're back below the Globex low. Well, it's just crazy in comparison, but like when you look at interest rates in the past, it's not really that crazy. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. It's kind of seems like a scam. Well, even in like 2000s, like 2000 before like the housing crisis, so you were looking at like 6, 7%. It wasn't until, I mean, that's kind of what caused the low rates, these subprime mortgages. They started offering like really low rates to underqualified investors, and ultimately paid the iron price, and then they had to keep rates low for so long. Yeah, exactly. Something's gonna have to give, because like, just like you're saying, like, yeah, back in the 2000s, stuff was the rates were similar to they are now, but stuff was definitely not as expensive as it is. Houses weren't, you know, fucking like the same houses that are going for $1 million now were like 300, 400,000 back then. Right, and it just keeps them renting, and that's kind of like the whole goal of doing that. That's kind of like what I mean, that's kind of like the bank's whole idea behind it. They're like, oh well, and they're also offering, a forever home now, those 40-year mortgages. Yeah. Which is just fucking, it's insane. I don't, yeah, that's the thing. I was thinking that yesterday, actually. I was like, because I had a leaky pipe yesterday that I was fixing, and I was like, fuck, sometimes like It'd just be so much easier to call the landlord and be like, "Hey, send someone out here to fucking fix this," instead of having to do it myself. Yeah. Yeah, true. Yeah, taxes out here are expensive. It would be nice, like if I truly owned the land. You know what I mean? Like, I hate that I can't just have a well dug in my backyard. If I'm being honest, like I want my own well, and the city's like, no, 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 because it's against the fucking city limits laws. Yeah, they don't, because you'll be hacking into the city water. Yeah, that's the city. The city owns the groundwater. Yeah, they get someone up your ass about fucking some shit. It'll just be it's just a huge pain in the ass. You can't get it done here. I already looked into it. Yeah. Mm. Yeah, here they're just like, yeah, go fuck yourself. I mean, my grandma has a well out in Santa Cruz Mountains, and she's had a well forever, and no issues. So, but she's had a well like before the city, like before there was like city water. You know, she's lived there fucking ever. So, but I mean, a well is just like it just makes sense because like you think about things that you need to survive, like food and water, right? Those are the key things, like shelter, food, and water. Let's say, and shelter can be, it doesn't have to necessarily be a house. Um, but like, if the city decides like, they're gonna limit your water, well, then you're kind of fucked. You know what I mean? Yeah. Oh, exactly. That's the thing. Like, that's why I want a well, so I can be fucking self-sustaining. I remember in California they'd be putting bricks in people's things, like so you could only use like so many gallons um, per month. My mom used to fucking like my little brother would take like a fucking 50-minute shower and my mom would be on the door, get the fuck out. It'd be nice if you just had like a lake, just shower in the lake. Boom, jump in the lake, fucking bring some soap. Boom, salt. Yeah, that'd be nice. I saw speaking of kids nowadays, I saw this thing, and I guess there's a TikTok challenge going around, and it's the challenge is to write your name without picking up the pen. And then the guy, like, it cuts to this guy, and he goes, "Congratulations, Zennials, you just discovered cursive." Fucking idiots. Yeah, we got when I was in school, we got like graded on it. Like you had to learn it. It wasn't an option. Yeah, or like sometimes your homework would be in cursive, and you'd have to fucking write your paper in cursive. My handwriting's probably better in cursive because I have to focus and actually like write them the right way. I write in all caps all the time. Like anytime I put my name on anything, it's all caps. Everything's in all caps. I learned that from my dad. This happens when you're fucking dyslexic and have shitty handwriting. Different every time. Market's battling on this open here, really trying to figure out what it wants to do. If it gets back above the 37 half, we've got C period here in 7 minutes. That would, for the most part, looking to print 3 periods inside yesterday's range is kind of showing acceptance there. And so if you are short, right, and as we come above the open, you're probably looking for a good spot to exit. Not that you can't, re-short up there 42 area. Like 40, I like the 43, 43, 46 area as an opportunity for offers. But I mean, basically, you know, just you don't want to be getting short right here. You don't really want to be getting long right here either. You're in kind of a zone where the market really is super indecisive. We're just sitting at the open, going up 2 ticks, down 2 ticks, up 2 ticks, down 2 ticks. Right, the market's really undecided on what it wants to do. If Apple keeps trading lower, probably going to drag the market down. Got Amazon kind of breaking its close from yesterday. Google's still looking pretty decent, up 1%. Meta coming back down a little bit. Same with Microsoft. So it's basically holding the same position. That's will open lower. Yeah, just holding it. Stretching your calves might be the worst fucking thing in the whole world. Most painful thing in the whole world. Yeah. Like, you know, when you pull your toes like back towards yourself? Yeah. Well, I could reach my toes. I just like pulling them back, like just because my calves are so tight all the time. Yeah, you know, seriously, that's a thing for sure. Yeah, like I mean, I'm a big believer in like if you don't use it, you lose it, you know. And so like if you you know if you like let's say you stop working out, like you know it's, your body's not just going to be like, well, you know, you might have muscle memory, you start working out again, and it comes back faster. But like you know, if you continue to kind of neglect your body in certain things like that, then it's going to be it's going to be detrimental long term. You know, like my father-in-law, like you know, he's 63 years old still riding dirt bikes, and the reason is because he fucking never stopped. Like he never quit. He just has always been going, going, going. Even now, he's in college learning Spanish. He was a firefighter. He retired from the Scranton Fire Department. Yeah, yeah. Now he works up at Allied as like a um. He works in the services department. Like he's like a services manager or something like that. Oh no, yeah, he was a full time. He worked up CMC for a long time in the boiler, um, because he was in the Navy first, and then um, you know, we got out, started working up CMC, and then with CMC, he had disagreement with the boss, and then got on at the fire department, and then stayed on the fire department. Less 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 money, but more his style, and a better retirement, I think too. But I mean, he's still he's not gonna. He'll work until like they just tell him no. So C periods open up. We're printing three periods inside yesterday's range. Sometimes I fucking hate this thing. Yeah, that makes sense. You kind of use the J period as kind of like a resistance area. The only thing is like because like larger traders are not looking at a chart, they're just looking at these numbers here. And so like base like the highs and the lows and the opens and the closes. Oh yeah, sorry. Yeah, yeah. So like they're looking at those numbers mostly, and so like what they're seeing right now is that we're above yesterday's low and we're above today's open. Um, and I kind of I think what you're saying makes complete sense, to be honest with you. Like really, until we get back to that initial balance from yesterday where the price was accepted, it's still kind of like anything can happen. Anything can happen. Anything can happen when you're part of a team. Yeah, right. From this 2 day balance. Yeah. They built a Jimmy John's up in Clark Summit. I fucking love Jimmy John's. People hate it, but it's fucking good. Mm. It's a hoagie. It's a hoagie, but they make all the bread fresh. I mean, in Scranton, out here, because hoagies are so popular, locals really won't go there. But we couldn't hear you. What'd you say? You don't go over to your people on the west side? Fucking yeah, that is good. Yeah, we're kind of the same way. Like normally, if we eat out, it's like Monday and we get pizza on Monday, like pretty much all the time. We normally just get like a different pizza place. Nasdaq trying to break its low here. Yeah, I mean, my father-in-law cooks dinner every single night, so I just go over there all the time. Only like fucking a couple blocks away. Yeah, he used to make food all the time. It's a funny relationship like that he has with like a lot of the other firefighters because he's really a solo. He's like the the fucking in like a tribe. He'd be like the fucking chief, but like very like he's not talking to all you guys. Like he's just telling you what the fucking decision is. Like he's that kind of guy. He's older now and he's a lot more personable, but like the relationship he has with like a lot of the guys down at the firehouse is like they're not really friends, but everybody respects him. You know what I mean? Like if he says something, they definitely take it to heart, but they're not like, "Hey, Joe, you want to go fucking golfing this weekend or something?" Like, because he's just gonna say no anyways. So probably, yeah, he probably does. He fucking knows everybody. It's funny. It's funny now. So the company he works for now. Well, you probably know like Bob Casey, the Bob Casey, the governor. But yeah, yeah, you know the name. And so like back then when he was the governor, he was trying to like take he was trying to like defund uh like the police, the fire, all their retirements and stuff like that. And so they fought him hard, the unions fought him hard. Unions are pretty strong out here. And now that Bob Casey works at Allied, and so Joe sees him like every once every 2 weeks at the meetings. He just gives him a hard time every time. He said no matter what, like he just gives him a hard time. I'm like, good, fuck him. Because he only made it like I think he was a senator for like 2 terms, and then he got voted out. Nobody really liked him because he was. I mean, Pennsylvania is a pretty blue collar state for the most part, and so like, and he wasn't very blue collar, so I'll probably be the mayor of Scranton here in like 5 or 6 years. Yeah, why don't you want that? Yeah, I want to fix the school districts because they're all fucked up. Yeah, the fucking well, what's her face only got in because of who she married. I'll rub the right elbows and meet the right people, shake the right hands. Oh yeah, Marty Flynn. Yeah, yeah. That's like that Matt McGloin that's running right now. He really doesn't stand a chance, unfortunately. Even though he seems like a pretty good guy. Yeah, yeah. That's what I like about Scranton. It's real old school like that. You know, like it's real like I like as much as like corruption as that sounds, right? Like it is to a certain percentage necessary, right? Because like you know that's how the world works off give and take. You know what I mean? Like that's how things work. It's like the barter system. Hey, you do this for me, and I'll do this for you. And so to me, like the thing is that gets bad is like hey, you do this for me, I'll do this for you, and then they figure out something. Oh, hey, let's do this together. We both make some money off of this, and then they start fucking over somebody. And so then it's not just like, hey, let's get this done. You do this for me, I'll do this for you. We both accomplish something. It's like, hey, fucking let's just team up and fuck everybody else over, and we'll just make some money. And it's like that's when it gets kind of fucked up. Right. Yeah, it's a break. Yeah. Well, and fuck them anyways because they really just take all. Yeah, that's like I used to love that. Like we'd see protesters every once in a while, especially when I was stationed out in Washington. They'd be like, "We pay your taxes." I'm like, "You think I fucking don't pay taxes, you stupid bitch." Like, I fucking first of all don't make shit in the military anyway, so I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. And second of all, I still pay half of it to taxes. So what the fuck are you going on about here? Exactly. You don't have time. You should see some of the shit that's going on in Sacramento. It looks fucking like they started their own like their own country or something. I'm trying to find it online. Let me find it. I saw it yesterday. Oh, yeah, I can't find it. But there's like some basically like homeless camp in Sacramento. It's like basically saying that they're their own nation now. What's that? Oh, Waco was a different story. Well, the thing is like it's just impractical, really, unless you set like if you set up your own sovereign nation, it's impractical unless you're, um, unless you're like making a deal with the local state that you live in to like buy energy. Because how else are you going to be uh buying energy? Right. Exactly. This too shall pass. What's up, man? How's it going? Yeah, this is a nice move. Let's see if we can get past this 43. 43, 46 area, I think, is kind of a resistance. But once we start to get accepted above there, a little bit off or come on the 40 again. There we go. Bid this thing up. Now we want to see it hold this 40. How can you join the U.S. Army? You just have to go talk to a recruiter. I can put you in touch with one. A couple of my friends are still recruiters. Logic will get you from A to B. Imagination will take you everywhere. I like that. See, that's the thing. Like this person, wifey on Twitter is like a super bear, and it's tough. It's tough to get behind someone who just like really has an agenda. Um, nice. Glad to hear that's going great, bro. Good shit. Just because like it can happen, and you don't necessarily want to rule out anything. For me, like I don't necessarily want to rule anything out because it's like, well, just because it happened this way in the past doesn't necessarily mean it's going to happen exactly that same way again, right? Like, I mean, people have been calling for a crash like since COVID. Like, oh, the market's going to crash. It can't go up on bad news. Can't go up on bad news. Can't go up on bad news. Well, it went up for 2 fucking years. And then when you look at it, like, you really look at this thing zoomed out. Um, Here's the COVID low. Here's the move up, and then here's the move down. We really just came back to pre-COVID highs and have since kind of, bounced. Not that we can't go lower. Like I'm not, the way that I trade is intraday, so like my long-term perspective eventually changes throughout, just like everyone else should. But the tricky thing is like when you develop this bias and you're just stuck on this bias, and then like every single time there's a move down, you're like, this is it, the crash, well, pops up. This is it, the crash pops up. This is it, the crash, and it just eventually that bias really just kind of sets you up for failure. Um, and that's why we always try to zoom out and you know, I'm sure, I wasn't trading in 2008, but we go back, let's look at our monthly here. No, it's not, it's only 10 years. Um, we'll have to look at this SPX. Um, like here's the here's like that crash, and I'm sure like all through here people are like, oh, there's no way it can happen, and then here, it came back down. No way it can happen here. No way. And so really you just really got to dictate the market, or let the market dictate kind of what's going on. And we try to connect the dots, we try to make sense of things. And honestly, we've been doing a pretty good job here. And even in 2022, we were, I mean, you could even go back and watch the videos. Like we were thinking that 2022 was going to be that time. Um, I thought we were gonna rally a little bit more than we did, 2023. But in perspective, you figure like the rally off of that low in October 2022 to the high, let's say, um, was like a 20% move, and we're basically kind of like right around that level. We're 18% off of that low, so still fairly pretty decent perspective. And that's following what the market's telling us, right? We never really got too attached to anything. Not that my trading's been fucking amazing every single time, every day, or anything like that. It definitely hasn't. Yeah, nothing is ever in a straight line. It's just not really possible. Yeah, I saw what Jefferson said. Yeah. Well, and that's the thing. So like check this out. So we'll pull this back up. Is anyone in a trade? Right. If you're in a long, just hold it, close your eyes, and just keep holding. We're going up to fucking 50 again today. So um, if we come over here and like let's start with our sectors and let's zoom. We'll just use the monthly because um just easier. So here's the COVID low, and we'll measure these to the top, right? So you've got 144% increase in materials. So let's get a fucking sheet of paper out real quick. So we got XLB 144, XLC, or yeah, let's measure it to where we're at now. I guess that's probably a better. I mean, the next one's gonna make my point anyways, but so we'll do 114 here. 114. So still holding 114% increase from the COVID low, right? XLC, here's the COVID low, up 55%. 55. Yeah, he is. Yeah, the wifey guy, he is long term looking. I just don't like I see some of his tweets on Twitter sometimes and like they seem very wishy-washy to me. Maybe I just catch him on the wrong times, but like I just am not a huge fan of like, oh, see, I called it. I called it. Oh, look at my level. I called it. And it's like, and it's nice to be right, but like, you got to admit defeat as well. Admit when you're wrong. And that's kind of the key, I think, to really being bias neutral. And someone who's a great example of that is Jim Dalton, right? Jim Dalton will admit when something happens that he did not expect or that he wasn't expecting to happen. Um, Look at XLE. Here's our COVID low, where we're at currently, sitting about 250. And I'm not trying to like prove you wrong, Thomas, or anything like that. Just trying to help put this in perspective a little bit, even for myself. XLF 84. Okay, good, good. XLI sitting at 108. XLK sitting at 121. XLP sitting at 60. We're just doing rough estimates here. We're not getting too creative way. Real estate sitting at 48. Which is still pretty good, even though it doesn't seem like it should be. XLU 57. Everybody makes mistakes. Even the magical Kevin. Kevin, I was going to ask you, what do you think about that monkeys coin? Have you heard about it? Kind of our crypto expert here. Yeah, a lot of Twitter stuff is macro, guys. LV 79%. Have you heard of that monkeys token? And then XLY. Yeah, I can hear you. 80%. All right, so here's our numbers here, right? Um, we've got XLC, and then I mean, pretty much everything's still pretty strong, right? Some of our lower ones here, but I think what Fed, who was it, Jefferson, is saying basically that inflation can come down while the economy continues to grow is basically we have these sectors here, right? Like materials probably overinflated, energy probably overinflated, right? Tech, industrials maybe a little bit overinflated. But if you were to just knock down these, and the percentages don't necessarily transfer, tick for tick, but if we use XLC just as an example here, XLC has room to improve. Where's the fucking time frame at? Okay, so it's just created here. What date is this? Oh, 18. Um, and so this is the communication services kind of issue, and I kind of think it might go a little bit lower, but what I think he's saying is you get some rotation out of things like tech, right? Tech is just way up, so it can come down, and it doesn't necessarily mean the economy is going to be shit, right? Because I mean, look at the exponential move that it just went on. It looks like a fucking, I mean, this is a monthly chart, but it looks like a crypto chart, right? It looks like, oh shit, fucking breakout. Um, Same thing like where's energy at? XLE. Energy kind of the same way here. Um, just huge move up, right? Real steep, right? Maybe energy comes back down here a little bit as well. And so even then, right, you're sitting at energy instead of being up 250%, maybe it's up 150%, right? And so you get these rotations, and that's why we look, that's why I like to look at the market watch here, and you see like, okay, so where's the stocks that have been beat up? I don't know if you can put this on like by date here. Oh, we can't. Um, let's look at. I don't know if you can go back farther than a year. Guess not. But like you see the map here, and this is just a year of time. Um, but like you can see, right, some of these things are a little overinflated where they can kind of roll into some of these other things and more or less just create a balance. So maybe the market kind of continues to, and I wish we could get more time, but I guess we just can't. Maybe maybe the market continues to balance here, continues to kind of just trade sideways for a little bit until everything kind of catches up, right? Because we had this kind of crazy pandemic type of situation, and then the market just kind of fucking went out of control. And then now we're here, we're kind of trading sideways, and this is kind of what we talked about. Like, we think maybe that this year the range is going to be pretty much capped at 4,400, 40, I think 4380, and then the low probably like 3,700. And so we just trade sideways. All the data starts to select back and get back in, because you figure we had 2 years where the market pretty much just moved straight up, right? And then 2022, the market moved down. Well, now we're in 2023, barely like 5 months in, and everyone's like, well, what the fuck? Let's go up. If we're not going up, then we're fucked. We must go down. Well, you forget, like, I mean, just just zoom back a little bit. Look how long the market traded sideways here. This is 18 to October 2019, right? So, and this is January 18. So you have almost 2 years of the market trading sideways on a larger perspective, right? The low was 23, the top was 30, so your 700 point range. But like, I mean, and then even back here, the market trades sideways for, and you could even drag this over even to here, June 2014, until it actually breaks the high here, October 2016. So you know, you're looking at 2.5 years here. And so like I think that what's happening here is like society, or just like everything is kind of fixated on right now. Like, it's, if it's not happening right now, then it's not fucking happening. And it's like, we've got to remember, you know, that the market doesn't have to do everything right now. Pandemic. Um, it can take time, and it can kind of continue to trade sideways for an extended period of time. So remain flexible and open to new data and info every single day. Yeah, you have to. Like, a lot of people are freaking out about the dollar right now, and it's like, I would be freaking out about the dollar too if there was something that could replace the dollar, but just right now there's not. Right? You know, maybe we lose some ground to the fucking euro, or we lose some ground to the pound. Really, not the euro, because some of the other countries that are on the euro are just fucking. Yeah, exactly, Kevin. That's why I like it. The bricks. Are the Oh, they're gonna like group together and create their own currency. Here's a here's the thing, right? So let's take a peek at this. Um, I wish they just showed, like, let's just use. Oh, let's go to the world actually. See if they. How much? Yeah. See, that's the issue. Like, that's the issue. Like, so as America being a consumer country, but we also do export shit as well, right? So we kind of have a little bit of balance there. Mostly we're consumers, right? A bunch of fat fuckers that just eat shit and watch video games all day, um, or TikTok or whatever it is. But like, the other countries, like, they don't really mostly exports, right? So exports are good, but if you're not importing anything, then it's tough to. Yeah, but they can't use the won because there's multiple types of won, and two, China has the same problem. They're not a consumer. They don't play both sides of the coin, and to be the dominator, you have to be you have to be kind of self-reliant, right? Because the US buys a lot of shit and then sells a lot of shit, whereas like China really just sells a lot of shit. They just manufacture a lot of stuff. They're not really buying a lot of stuff because there's a lot of rules there, right? You can't just fucking probably. Um, oh, they're trying to go to that brick system as well. They're trying to partner up with Mexico and South America. Well, I mean, that would be interesting to see that. But the thing, yeah, just because See, and that's a thing. Like I say, like unfortunately, something that would probably lessen the divide that's in America would be something like an attack on American soil, like a real attack on American soil. And so, like, if Mexico starts to not become an ally of the United States, well, then everyone's gonna be like, build that fucking wall, like not that walls ever keep anybody out. It's the people that keep people out. Yeah, that's the thing I never understood. Like, I mean, but that's just like a completely different story. The thing is like until someone really has, and then like in England, right? Oh, the Nasdaq's selling off right here. I'm not sure why though. But or in Europe, well, mostly England, like the pound, right? They're mostly driven by consumption. Pretty much, they're almost like the opposite of China. They're not really exporting a ton of stuff, but they are importing a fuckload of stuff. And so like then you kind of get that inverse reaction. That's why I'm saying like if, and I know it sounds shitty, but like if the US were to be like, you know what? Hey, China, Russia, like dap them up, fucking, you know, we're boys, right? You guys stay over there, we'll stay over here, fucking, you know, and we'll just control the rest of the world. Then that would be a different story. Eventually, it would lead to, because nobody ever just, everybody wants to be in charge for some reason. Nobody's cool with just like being the first mate, right? They're like, I want to be the fucking captain. And it's like, well, we're all fucking sailing together, so someone's got to be the first mate, and nobody wants to do it. And so it makes it difficult for anyone really to kind of take us over because they're all not only trying to fight us, but they're also trying to fight each other. And the biggest worry, I don't think that BRICS thing is that big of a worry. I think the biggest worry is really a depegging of oil. That is really kind of what the EU is first mate of America, but they're not in the running to kind of take over. They just like, so like the dollar would just lose ground to the pound, right? Because like when I was a kid, the pound would be like $2 to $1. Like you could trade every dollar that you had, or every £2 that you had would be only $1 in America. You know what I mean? So like you couldn't trade up. Like the pound was worth more, basically, is what I'm saying. And so that could happen. Like it gets more balance. Right now the dollar is kind of dominating, but it goes back to more balance in that situation with the EU. Um, but like for me, the real thing that I kind of watch out for is like the the oil, right? All oil trades are kind of settled in US dollars, and so if they stop settling in US dollars, that takes a huge chunk of kind of ammo away from the dollar. Come on, just fucking break this 41 and let's go to 50 already, little bitch. Um, so it kind of takes it away from it more or less. And so that's kind of what I watch out for. But the thing is, in order for that to happen, there has to be something to replace it. Because like, what are you going to replace it with? Rubles? Like, it just becomes too complicated then. But if you start getting like one currency to rule them all, fucking everyone's just like, you know what? We're just gonna make this called the fucking the money or what? What? It's some fantasy fucking thing. Like it could happen, I guess, but right. But the thing is, they haven't just settled like, hey, like this is like let's just make this a thing. Because there's always constant pick and pull. Like, oh no, we should have a bigger part of the basket. It's like everyone wants to be like everyone wants to be like the leader of the world. And I mean, the a thing that makes me nervous also um is like the US military is having trouble recruiting people just because they're not really qualified. And so they're lowering their standards to try to get people in, and that can be that can be detrimental, right? Because that's kind of how America rolls, right? They kind of speak swiftly and carry the big stick, as our boy was at Taft said that, I think. Um, and so if that becomes the case, then that's a little bit of a different story. Oh shit, my bad, Bob. Let's see, this says up on here. You don't want to know my eventual downside targets. The Pet Bay token, yeah, I was pretty early on that one too with Jared. Jared was pretty early on that. He just fucking sits around and watches TikTok all day. So we find back to the middle before the next move. Yeah, I agree. The dollar, it'll be a long time. I think it will like America will exhaust like every single thing that they have to remain on top, right? Like we'll go full on, you know, you guys know. We've seen a history book before. Yeah, currency is misunderstood. And that's the thing is like we were talking about earlier, like when they start pumping something in the news, Nasdaq's puking it still here, guys. I don't know if there's news or what. But when they start pumping stuff, it's like that's when you know kind of like it probably doesn't fucking matter. Yeah, I agree. I think that we were talking about that the other day, those CBDCs, like, you know, I was saying for those of you guys that weren't here, I was saying like this is my conspiracy is that you know they rally Bitcoin one more time. It starts to gain real traction. It becomes easily accessible, and I'm not talking just Bitcoin, like, but Bitcoin, Ether, right? Most people that's what they're going to be buying, especially people that are in the space. Um, and so they rally it one more time. It gets way up there. Everyone just like fuck, we're distrusting the banks because the banks are not getting FDIC insured, and I don't want to keep my money in the bank because they're not doing this. So I'm gonna stake my fucking ETH for 2.0 and fucking get 6% and blah 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 blah. And then the U.S. government goes, hey, by the way, I am Nakatoro Yoshimoto or whatever the fuck that guy's name is, and we made it up. Boom, Bitcoin goes to zero. Everyone's fucking poor, especially all the poor people, right? Because they put all of their money in there because they don't know any better. And they're like, well, fuck, I can't survive now. And then the US government's like, hey, I got some CBDCs for you. You want these? Yeah, you have to have them because if not, you're going to fucking die. And then what do? They get all the dollars back. They get everything back. And then everyone that the plan becomes fucking full force. Everyone's self-reliant on the fucking empire. I've seen Star Wars so many times, guys. It's just like fucking. It's how it works. Only 115 points today, huh, Dad? Fucking embarrassing. Um, but yeah, like I mean, I think that's a real worry. This I was gonna show you guys. Twitter. Here's Twitter. This is how I found that fucking um Elon Musk, buddy. Elon Musk. Click here. View list. He's fucking touting this monkeys token. Right? Another way to launder money, I'm sure. But who cares? Fuck it. So then you figure out how to get that, and then you swap some ETH for it. That's where it's coming from. And I think he even created a little thing on here. But there was a list here somewhere. Yeah, maybe not. Nasdaq back to its open here. Weighted AD really didn't take anything on that downside, and the tick's still kind of holding sub zero here. Breath has definitely improved. Advanced decline is still kind of shitty, but it's definitely been trending up. Um, Most part all morning. So here's the S&P breath here, right? And so you can see opened up much lower, kind of trending up. Nasdaq breath, Dow breath, everything's kind of moving higher. Apple just kind of being the lagger, and then also slow here too. Back of shit. Yeah, that's I mean, and that's just like the conspiracy theoryist in me. And we're going to 50. Okay, enough with that fucking dumping shit. No, I'm kidding. I don't know. Way to know. Yeah, yeah, you can see them. They're all stuck there. Basically, from like every time they get under the open, they get stuck. They try and they get stuck. Buy them again. Ready to take this fucking bids coming in here. Buy over this should take us straight to 45, I think. The money's at. There's a house for sale at the bottom of my street. If anyone wants to move down the street from me. Mm-hmm. It's a nice house too. It's nicer than my house, to be honest. It's bigger. And it's right on the corner. It's really nice. I kind of want to buy it. I'm not sure how much it is. I just saw the sign come up yesterday, like as I was taking my kids home from school, like or as I was getting back to the house from school. Um, um, and so um, basically, it must have just popped up, you know. So they I couldn't find online or anything like that. And it's not like it doesn't say like price of it on there. But you know what? I was telling some of my buddies this yesterday. You wouldn't really think it, I guess. unless you have a brain that's weird like mine. And I've lived all over the world, really. And this is probably one of the least racist places I've ever lived. Um, and it might just be because it's so blue collar, but like everybody here doesn't give a shit, like fucking what you look like, what your car is, what your fucking, if you've got a Gucci bag or you've got a fucking Walmart bag. They just care if you're gonna fucking do your part. That's it. So it's really it's really cool. And I was thinking this morning too. Like my son gets out of the car, he's going to school, and he's in the third grade, right? And he's got Legos in his hand. He's got a bunch of fucking toys in his backpack, so him and his friends can play toys at fucking break. And I think about myself in the third grade. There's no fucking chance I would have flown in California, right? Even back when I was a kid, and basically by saying that, what I'm saying is like kids are kind of forced to grow up faster in California than they are out here, in my opinion. Like they really are. Like they're forced to kind of, you know go to like do this because it's cool, or do that. You get a little bit of offers moving down here off of that 45 down to like this 42 here, um which is unfortunate, right? Because it's, you want to maintain your youth as long as possible. um but I remember being a kid, like fourth grade, fifth grade, like nobody played with fucking toys. um I think sellers are going to give this one more try. They're really loading up this 41 half. See that 416 popping in and hold the market down just a little bit lower for the people that didn't get filled. Um, and it's an interesting like societal look. Um, but really, you do have, like, Scranton is such a melting pot of people from all over, especially now, right? People moving all from the city. It's just going to get even. I mean, it was a huge hub back in the day. A lot of mobsters moved here out from New Jersey and New York and stuff, moved down here. Um, Especially once the highway started coming through here. And now I heard they're building an Amtrak that's going to come straight to Scranton as well. So that's just going to bring more people as well. But it really is something kind of cool to see because, like, um, like I said, I've lived all over, and I'm not saying like less racist, like white versus black or anything like that. What I'm saying is like you have a lot less segregation here among all the races than you do a lot of the other places that I've lived. Like in the Bay Area, right? You go to neighborhoods and like they're predominantly Mexican or like predominantly black or predominantly white. Like you don't really have a ton of that here in Scranton. It's just a big mix. And it really is just because everybody just wants, everyone's just like, fucking do your part, do your work, and shut the fuck up. And I like that, to be honest. What was that? Who was that? Who was that politician? Everyone needs to do their part. Is that Joe Biden? Yeah, I mean it's really like that in California. Yeah, honestly, the worst people in California are the white people, just complaining all the time about other people's problems that they have no idea about. Yeah, it used to be so great. Yeah, I don't know if you were on, Kevin. I don't know if you've seen, like, there's like a sovereign like nation in California, in Sacramento, like these like kind of encampment of homeless, or what are they? You can't call them homeless anymore because it's racist. Um, yeah, it's not politically correct. Yeah, they're like home unhomed. That's the term they used. Unhomed. Yeah, unhomed. Um, unhoused. Yeah, which is just fucking insane. Um, Yeah, they have like they have gates and all kinds of shit, and like it even says like right on the front like sovereign fucking shit, and I'm sure it's just fucking full of, you know, meth users and fucking dirty needles and trash everywhere. Yeah, yeah, exactly like that. And then that didn't last. Call them roof challenged. Well, San Francisco just passed a law that you don't have to be an American citizen to become a police officer anymore. Yeah. Oh yeah. It it comes it comes back from time to time, but Trump took it out. But like when I was in Washington, we had a bunch of brand new soldiers, and they were all from Nepal. That was when Obama was president. But yeah, like we had a ton of Nepalese people, and they were great. I mean, and we had like you could tell like when that kind of stuff happens, because then a lot of that's the thing I don't understand. Like immigrants are always willing to do their part to become a citizen of the United States. Like why is that not a thing all the time? I don't get that. Yeah, exactly. And like as bad as it sounds, like as far as like they're making like they're trying to push it on the news as like a bad thing, like non-U.S. citizens becoming police officers. But I'm kind of in the camp of like police officers should like work in the same place that they live. You know what I mean? A lot of police officers they won't because they're like I don't want to work, or I don't want to shop with the people that I'm arresting. And yeah, well, and it makes sense because like if you're a peace officer, right? You're here to serve and protect the people of your community. Well, if you're not part of that community, it becomes a little bit more difficult to do that. But like you think about it, back in the day, and this is back when like people like I'm talking like fucking, you know, like fucking share, like back when you had fucking six shooters and fucking rode horses and shit. But like the sheriff was really respected by everybody, like the law dog, like, and it's because he fucking lived in the community, so he knew everybody and he knew all the people. And how can I mean, who's the fucking riffraff, and who's might be having a little bit of trouble, or who's kind of bending the limits, because you know the people. Whereas if you don't know the people, you're kind of treating everyone like shit all the time, because it's not an easy job, right? I won't take anything away from being a police officer. It's not an easy job. You have to deal with shit constantly, and you're undertrained, right? They're undertrained. Most of them are undertrained. That's just a fact. You could argue all you want. You're not gonna fucking win. It's just a fact. Um, but like because of the job that they have to do, like they're and so like what would make it easier is if you were a member of that community, or a member like you've got, let's say you've got, break up the city into parts. Well, let's go recruit police officers from this part of the city. Be like, hey, where's your beat gonna be at? Right, walk a beat. Like police officers on foot. It's gonna be here. Why? Because everybody knows you, right? I go back to like Brentwood, Antioch, and people are like, "Hey, Brad, what's up?" I'm wearing my uniform. They're gonna be a little bit easier to be like, "Oh, okay, I know him. He was a decent guy," right? If you're a total fucking douche and you became a police officer, people are gonna probably hate you. But that's on the recruiters to do a good job on picking the right people. But like nobody wants to become a police officer, like especially not in California, because it's such a shitty job. Right? When I was a kid, they were offering, and this is when I was a kid, so we're talking 20 years ago, they were offering $80,000 sign on bonuses for the Oakland Police Department. Right? So if that doesn't tell you right there that obviously this, yeah, I mean, exactly. That's like fucking 500K right now. And so if that doesn't tell you, like, it should be that easy. You know what I mean? Like if you have a recognizable person, and it's tough now because right, cities are much bigger than they used to be, so it's a lot more difficult, but it shouldn't be very difficult to go into a certain part of town and be like, you know hey, we want you guys to work here. A lot of police drive 60 miles to work because you know they don't want to be at the grocery store and see someone they arrested. But if you are part of the community and you're just doing your job, right? The laws are the laws. You're not here to make the laws, you're here to enforce the laws. And if someone's breaking the law and you arrest them, yeah, they might hold a grudge, whatever. But common people or most people, except for, drug addicts are fucking, they're on, you can't reason with them. They're crazy. But like, oh yeah, yeah. Super Troopers. Yeah, Super Troopers. Yeah. He's like, I have a burger. It's for a cop. He's like, what's that mean? He's gonna spit on it. But like, if you're part of the community and you're like, oh hey Bill, like a fucking, you arrested him a couple weeks ago because whatever happened, it's gonna be a little bit easier. He's not gonna be as mad because the encounter is probably a little bit easier. You go over to Bill's house for a domestic dispute, and you're like, hey, what's going on? And he's like, hey, this fucking bitch is crazy. And then she's yelling back, and both of them, and you're like, hey, well, let's fucking try to work this out. And instead of just, getting crazy and shooting someone or beating someone's ass, you're able to kind of work it out a little bit easier because the tensions aren't as high. It just, to me, that kind of makes sense. In your area, they're required to live in. Oh, see that makes sense. That makes sense. Like it should be like that. It makes sense to me that they should have to live in close proximity because he said in his area they're required to live within X miles of their jurisdiction. And it's different for like like here in PA. I mean, we do have Scranton Police, but like a lot of cities here, because they're smaller cities, don't have their own police department. So a lot of them get picked up by yeah, Scranton cops have to be local. Yeah, yeah, that's because the unions are strong here, and they want they want people that work here to, and that's why for the most part Scranton's a pretty safe place. Um, but like those outside cities are kind of policed up by like the stadies and the troopers and stuff like that. Um, but like I mean, small cities, you know, if they were to get together and be like, hey, let's hire a police officer, I think it would work out easily as long as it was like a local person. And like how they vote in, right? Because the sheriff is a elected position, isn't it? Yeah. I mean, then you get back to corruption and you know, once you get over that's like 228 people, that's when all the bad stuff starts to happen. That's a good book. Yeah, so like if you ever read this book here, let me try to find. Well, I mean, it's because the it's just not a fair comparison um to like the USA, right? Because you figure like the Netherlands, right, Amsterdam, in comparison, what the Netherlands population is 17 million people. That's like, how many people are in LA? Right. And that's why America gets a bad rap because it groups everything together. So you have like, these certain cities that basically all the riffraff comes from and all these stats come out of, and then they compare it as a whole. Whereas if like you were to compare, if you compare the Netherlands to Pennsylvania, it might be a closer percentage. And also, I mean, just getting guns there is just a lot more difficult. And I'm not trying to take anything away from the Netherlands, of course. I'm just saying like that a lot of those comparisons are they're skewed because like we the United States has like these cities that are fucking the size of other countries. But I mean, it is you got like the Netherlands and then even Sweden. You've got a couple of these countries over there that really don't have a lot of crime. Um, yeah, Dubai. Yeah, trying to find this. Yeah, well, and that's and in the United States, they are getting ready to pass a bill that's going to lower the maximum punishment for a lot of crimes. I can't find this book. Oh, here it is. Yeah, Tribe. This is a really good book if you haven't read it. Tribe. It's really good, and it talks about like how like after a certain number, I think it's like 228 or like let me just look it up. Um, I don't remember. It talks about it in the book, but like after so many people in in a tribe, it starts to get kind of not safe, but like kind of carried away, or like it becomes a little bit less easy to run the tribe because of so many different opinions. Yeah, that's why they should bring back the stockades. I'm a big fan of the stockades. Yeah. Like people will be a lot because especially now, right? People, especially younger people, are so obsessed. That's a pretty decent word to use. Um, because I'm trying to use my vocabulary like we talked about earlier, how everything's kind of blown out of proportion now, right? Everything, oh, that's amazing. Right? Well, fucking was it? Like Because you know what's amazing? Like someone walks on water. That's amazing. But like you just fucking won Fortnite. Like that's not amazing. You know? But like so like you could say obsessed. People are obsessed with their image, right? Especially social media image. So imagine if you committed a crime and we put you in the stockades in front of the local grocery store. Everyone's fucking snapping pictures of you. Look at this fucking idiot. Right? Your social media image gets kind of wrecked, right? People would be less inclined, I think, to break the law. Like they're like, oh, punishment needs to fit the crime. Like stockades is a fucking problem solver for everything. You steal, boom, stockades. Right? You fucking assault somebody, stockades. Mm-mm. Or they just whooped his ass with a cane. Awesome. I'm down for stuff like that. Yeah. But see, in America, you'd be like, it's not that big of a deal. It's just scum. Like, it's a fucking law, dumbass. So, like, change the law first before you start just breaking it. Like, that's the thing I don't understand. Like, here in America, it's starting to get to the point where it seems like if you just complain about something enough, eventually they'll just fucking bend over and let you have your way. Which is like, if you've ever been a parent, it's the exact wrong way to do that. Give, give them an inch and they take a mile. Yeah, prisons are a for-profit uh, racket. They don't necessarily. I mean, there's always stories like, oh, the good stories. That's the stuff that makes the news. Um, somebody came from prison and they got their law degree and they became a lawyer. But that's like one out of mostly the system is designed to chew you up, spit you out, and then pick you back up and chew you up some more, and then keep you for life. Yeah. Well, all these license plates are free. $1 an hour. Not sure. See, and I'm not really against that. Like, if you break the law and they kind of force you to do hard labor while you're in, that's I don't really see an issue with that. The issue is that they should also be reforming you. So when you serve your time, when you pay your debt to society, which is what the theoretical point of it is, that you can return to society and be a contributing member. Because in order for the society to run efficiently, and that's probably why the Netherlands run so well, is probably because they have a system that's encouraged to be a contributing member. Like they're not here like in the United States they're like, hey, homeless is cool, let's be homeless. Easy. It's like, what? And, and and not only just like be homeless, but like be worthless, right? Because you could be homeless and have a job and contribute your part and do what you're doing, but like it's like they're just like, meh, do nothing, don't worry about it. Here's a check. I liked what the guy did down in Arizona. The sheriff that basically bought a bunch of old army GP medium tents, put them in the middle of the desert, and put the prisoners in them. He's like, here we go. Not gonna waste a bunch of money on fucking infrastructure. You guys are in the middle of the desert. Try to run away. Well, probably not gonna get very far. And then all the animal shelter. There was an animal shelter there that was gonna like basically get. They're gonna kill all these animals. He just bought the animal shelter and gave the animals to the prisoners and was like, hey, keep these alive. Unicorp. Yeah, well, she was like notorious for fucking. And that's the kind of thing that doesn't make any sense to me. Like how does that? Well, the justice system's so backed up in the United States. Like, what's the percentage of population that we have in the system? Yeah, there we go. Yeah, I know. I'm wondering if we're gonna need a liquidation in order to get enough juice to take this high. The volume dies off every time the market moves lower. But if you just get a bunch of liquidation, then yeah, I've got long 34, 36, 34, 38, 36. No, I don't know. Yeah, basically every time that we've been kind of moving up to the top, I've been moving my stop to 39.75, and then every time it just comes back. Yeah, so like we have 655 people per 100,000, and then in comparison, like the next one is Turkey, 287. Um, so basically double the next person behind us. I don't even see China on this list. Yeah, but these numbers, also who knows if they're no, yeah, it makes sense. That's like that study that I saw a couple, well, maybe a week or so ago now, um, is like that. I think it was like 75% of all incarcerated males come from a single mother home. No, they don't. Yeah, single mother. Well, and a lot more people get divorced, like especially in the United States. The United States has probably the highest divorce rate. It's like 50%, I think. Well, I'm a believer in till death do us part, so exactly. That's what I told my wife. I said I don't believe in divorce, so the only way that we separate is if you're dead. Yeah, people smartened up. They don't want to get married because they don't want to get divorced. But now it's so easy. Yeah. Sorry, TJ. Go ahead. But now it's like fucking. Oh, I like green and you like blue. Fuck you. We're getting divorced. Like that's how easy it is now. Like there should be arbitrage. Yeah, just well, they're just talking about prisoners in general, but I don't know if that's true. Yeah, yeah. I don't know if it's. I don't know if they've done a study on that. Well, the thing is, it's not really like it's not really like a woman's problem. Like, women are raising bad kids and then their kids become criminals. It's like if you think about it, right? In most households, father is like the disciplinary, right? Like I've always said, I think that it's good to have Nasdaq breaking the low here. Um, it's good to have a healthy fear of your father, of your dad, right? I don't think that that's unhealthy. I think that is healthy. And like, a lot of people could argue, right, you shouldn't be afraid of your parents at all. But like, if you're not afraid of anything, and people kind of people kind of group fear into like, well, you shouldn't be afraid at all. Well, it's like, well, if you're not afraid, then you're gonna just do whatever you want. And I'll be candidate number one. When my mom finally moved out of my stepdad's house, and I think I was 15. I had no fucking rules after that. You know what I mean? Because I became the man of the house. I was like, I'm gonna do whatever the fuck I want all the time. What's my mom gonna do? Tell me no? I'm almost fucking 5 feet tall. What's she gonna do? Like, and that's kind of as a young man growing into your own, right? You're dumb, right? Young men are like some of the dumbest people on the whole fucking planet. They need that in their life. They need to be afraid, right? You should be afraid because you don't know what the fuck's going on in the world. You're just a dumbass young man, right? There's they're probably some of the dumbest fucking creatures are like 15 to 21-year-old men, right? The fucking dumbest. And so having that kind of healthy fear there really kind of ropes them in. Doesn't let them get kind of doesn't let the leash get too long. Yeah. I don't think that really matters. The whole argument is really just like when you don't have two parents, and really to me it's on the parents, because you should be able to, if you at one point, right, unless you just fucking hopped into a marriage, but most of the times when people get married, there's some type of connection, right? And so that connection was still there. And then when you bring a child into this world, it becomes your responsibility. It should be a fucking crime if your kid commits a crime. It shouldn't be just on the kid, right? It should be your fault. Why the fuck are you not whooping this kid's ass a little bit more? Why the fuck are you not paying attention to this kid a little bit more? These are, because what happens in the wild, right? Obviously animals aren't as worthless as humans when they're first born, but like you're an elephant and your little baby elephant wanders off. What happens to him? Fucking gets eaten by a goddamn lion, right? Well, that doesn't happen in the United States because there's not a bunch of fucking lions out here eating people, but it's the same idea. You let your kid get out there with these other kids that are fucking animals, and he kills somebody or he fucking robs a store or something like that. Well, that's your fucking problem. Why the fuck aren't you watching this guy or this girl? Like whatever it is, mostly males, because males tend to be more aggressive and violent, and that's just like that's just like a humanistic thing, or like a mammal thing, right? Um, they're also more lazy. Like I mean, they've got the top and the bottom. Biological. There we go. Thanks. And so it's like, yeah. Well, the court system is and that's what really kind of throws you into conspiracy theory land, right? Because we know that the system is set up to put people in jail and keep them in jail. Well, how deep does it go? Now the system is setting people up to take children away from their parents. More sellers just got stuck there on that low, guys. On that like 33.75. Um, and so if that's how deep it goes, right? They take you away on purpose through the court system. Fucking. Wait, way too easy to what? Well, no, no, no. So the thing is, it doesn't reform them. Not that it's not that it's set up to have them come back, because it doesn't really. You go into a lot of times you go into jail and you come out more of a savage than you were when you went in, because you have to survive. No, well, that's not the purpose. That's not the purpose of jails, though. That's not the original purpose of jails. Yeah, it's a reform. It's supposed to be. Yeah, that's what it. Well, that's the original intent of it, was to reform prisoners. Well, I mean, the thing is like you're that's more of like an extreme situation. Like if you become a murderer, like right. But so here's what happens. Here's what happens is you get people that are in with those, because those are animals, right? Rapists, murderers, those are animals. And so like you get other people that are just in there that aren't in for such a violent crime. Maybe they had an assault, they got in a fight, and they beat some dude's ass bad enough to go to jail for it, right? But now they have to become an animal to survive, right? And so that and those are the people that we're looking to reform and put back out. But because everything's so overcrowded, because we don't, it's like back in the day, right? If you got convicted of rape, that was it. Take you out behind the woodshed. Same thing with murder, right? Fucking same thing, stealing. Right. Yeah, I agree with that. Like I think like especially anytime anyone commits crimes against kids, like this person's no good. Yeah. Well, but like think about this. Like so DUI killings are pretty high, right? You get a DUI crash, you're drunk driving, but then you go to jail with there's someone's hot micing. You go to jail with murderers, right? People that were animals, killers. All right, see you later, John. And so like, you know, those are that's the kind of situation where it's like, okay, this guy did something bad, right? But maybe it was intended for the most part. You want to try to reform this person and make them into a contributing member. But like that's why that as bad as it sounds, like the three strike rule in California. Well, you commit a felony three times, three strikes, you're out. You're fucking jail for life. Because there's no point if people are going to keep like habitual offenders. What's the point of letting them out, right? But I'm talking first time offenders. I'm talking things like that, right? But yeah, but you got murderers and shit like that. Well, it out maybe not out here on the on like the East Coast, but in California, like they don't have the room because the jails are so full that no matter what, you're in with you're in with the fucking you're in with the animals. Like my dad was in one of the toughest places that you can go in Northern California, Santa Rita. And he's, he's not a fucking violent person at all. But that's the thing, is that's what happens. Like, and you become a product of your environment. Like if you're you know you're forced to. It's like, you grow up in a tough neighborhood, you're probably going to be tough, or else you're just not going to fucking survive. Simple as that. But I mean, that, like, I'm not saying that you're wrong. It's just like the whole system doesn't do a good job of what it was originally intended to do. Because it wasn't originally intended to reform murderers and rapists and shit like that. Because back in the day, they didn't reform them; they just killed them. Like, this guy's a fucking rapist. Like, we got to get him off. He's no good, right? Fucking late term abortion. Yeah. Catch you later, guys. Oh yeah. And but that's the thing, is like it's so over impacted now that they don't even have time to to go through like and actually make like a fair, judge. Yeah, there's no there, oh yeah. One of my cousins is a prison guard and he fucking it's a tough fucking job. And he's in a maximum security prison, it's not easy, especially because like you think about it, you've got someone who's in there for murder, they know they're never getting out. They don't give a fuck who they hurt. You know what I mean? Because what's gonna happen? Oh, just another life sentence? Big fucking deal, right? I'm already never getting out of here, so who cares? Right. Yeah, depending upon where it's at, it becomes a felony. Yeah. Yeah. If if only, I wish that. Well, it is that easy. It's just they won't let it be that easy. That's the thing. Yeah. Exactly. And that's what we're saying, Roach. Like the system is designed to keep you in, because they can't put you in these columns, because they put you in the rehabilitation column, they rehab you. Well, then you're never coming back, because you're going to be a fucking new man or a new woman, and you're going to be a contributing member. But on the other side, you put them in a death column, you kill them, then they're definitely not coming back either. So it's like, you're losing your money. So your best thing you can do is just put them in the cage with a bunch of animals, let them be animals, let them out once they've served their time, and then what the return rate on that investment is like fucking, it's like 90% or 75. I mean, it's crazy high. The, like, what is the return? Yeah, there you go, 83%. Like, that's a pretty, anyone will take those rates. You know what I mean? Like if I tell you I'm gonna give me some money, and I'll give you 83%, you're gonna say, yeah, thank you. And so, like, that's unfortunately. Yeah, see, I'm still kind of like, it's tough to really compare the entire United States to another country, because it's just too big. But if they were to compare it like state by state, I think it would be better. But I mean, you've got the Netherlands is a pretty highly or densely populated country, so you couldn't like compare it to like fucking Montana or something and be like, see, because Montana doesn't have like, or like Wyoming, right, where there's more cows than people. Because if you go look at the stats in Wyoming, it's like, well, they look pretty good. Exactly. Yeah. Same. California is the same way. Yeah. And I kind of have a theory about any city that touches water typically turns into a shithole. And if you can prove me wrong, let me know what city, because uh, well, yeah, because that's like everyone's favorite stat to point out. Like, oh, look at all the major cities; they're all fucked up. They're all Democrat. It's like, well, it's true, but can't really just pick one problem. So, Steve. I don't know if we'll go anywhere, to be honest with you. Like, I mean, Nasdaq's kind of holding its low, and I have a support zone right here on the Nasdaq from like 65 half to 55. Um, the Dow's still holding above its open. Nasdaq is below its Globex low finally. Um, but I don't know. I think that we'll probably just sit here. And I mean, I wish I'd get rid of this overnight session from last night, but if you were to kind of just group these two together, for the most part, we haven't really seen volume move down yet, and value still kind of just overlapping to higher even. Um, we're seeing I mean, a little bit of volume, but most of the volume still up here. Yeah. That level there, 36. Like I got long the 32.75 right there. Just trail it up. Yeah, and I mean those shorts that are still stuck at 32 are still stuck at 32. They haven't got freed yet. And they might have been buying back right there because that might be as close as they get. So we've got, a little bit of excess on the high, excess on the low. For the most part, pretty neutral. Rotation factor is 1. So pretty much balanced. And then you've got volume just being, fucking abysmal, really. We're at like 34. We're in F period. Yeah, we're at F period. We're 34% of yesterday's, or of the 5-day average. So yesterday didn't even break a million. I think it's just going to be hard to go really anywhere without some volume. We do have a Fed speaker at 1300 though. That could cause a little bit of waking up in the market. Yeah, same reason we don't have a cure for cancer. Yeah, because if you cure it, then you can't make money treating people every year off of it. So yeah, and I mean that even just gets into like the deepest, darkest roots of evilness. That book Tribalism really like it kind of it's called Tribe. It talks about how after you get over a certain number of people, this kind of stuff always happens. Like there's a lot of lost remedies um, that are today people the solution is like go to the doctors, get some medicine, and you're fine. But like I remember being sick as a kid, and like my dad would be like, put on all these clothes and get under the blankets and go to sleep and shut up. You wake up, you sweat your ass off, and then you feel better. Oh, problem solved. And like a lot of like natural remedies too. Like my grandma was a fucking hippie, so like medicine is just not something that she does. And so like fucking she loves like she was like eat onions like they're apples. She's like they're good for you and they'll keep you healthy. Like what the fuck? Yeah, hydrogen peroxide too. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, true. Put some tussin on it. Yeah. Yeah, like put Vicks on the bottom of your feet, put some socks on, go to sleep. You had a sore throat? Not anymore. Yeah, I'm all about stuff like that. I'm kind of like forced to be like that with my daughter because she fucking. I mean, she's getting a little bit better now. She's 11, but like for the longest time, the first thing you do when you go to the doctor's, you stand on the scale, get your weight, right? Fuck no, my daughter wouldn't even do that. She'll be fucking thrashing and screaming. Percy, what's up, man? Hello from Peru. Nice. I'm all about those natural remedies. That's like you get a lot of like really overweight people that are like, oh, it's not my fault. It's like, well, whose is it? Like, is it God's fault? Like, whose fault is it? Because it seems like it's probably your fault. Yeah, yeah. Fucking and really like people are like, "Oh, this is bad for you. This is bad for you. This is good for you." It's really just calories in, calories out. The reason fruit's good for you is because it doesn't contain a lot of calories. So in order to eat the same amount of calories in the time it would take compared to the time it takes to eat a fucking Big Mac, it's like an exponential amount of time to get the same amount of calories. And so like, you just waft down fucking 900 calories drinking a diet coke and a fucking Big Mac when to eat the amount of salad or steak or fruit to get that amount of calories would just it would take you all goddamn day. Yeah, you'd be full. Yeah. Ugh, fuck no, it's gross. Fuck no. Pass. And you know what I was reading? I was reading recently too. Is a lot of people suck down their food now, right? Like shakes and shit. I know Uncle Stuart's real big into his shakes. Um, like I mean, he said he was like he would make these shakes and they taste really good, but they're like spinach and fucking honey and fruit and all kinds of stuff. But one of the like some biological study, what doctor was that I was reading about? But some doctor was saying basically like for the health of the human body, it was meant to chew food up, and that's like part of the process of eating the food. Like you're supposed to be chewing it up, so like blending it into steaks and shit. Like yeah, it can give you that quick shock and things like that, but it's not really the healthiest way for your body to consume nutrients. So that makes sense. Like you know, you want to get a lot of protein, you get a fucking what's that? Hmm. Right. Yeah. Who knows? Who knows what's really true? Yeah. Yeah. Even the same thing with water. You're supposed to sip water. I threw up at jujitsu yesterday. Fucking, I drank too much water. I did. I was fucking. which is, I mean, we were going hard yesterday and we had the windows open, so it was nice and hot in there. Fucking walls are sweating. And I was like, oh shit. I had to fucking walk out into the hallway. Fucking puked right on the ground. Walked back in, I was like, Coach, I need a mop. And then I was like, all right, fucking brush. I mean, I always carry like a toothbrush in my jujitsu bag, so I just brushed my teeth real quick. And I was like, all right, who wants to fucking fight? Yeah, jujitsu guys, they don't give a fuck, bro. They're like, yeah, let's go. That's the truth. No, no, you're actually you're right about that. Um, yeah, I think you're right. Yeah, the human, like a lot of people are like, I drink enough water, my pee's clear. Like, well, you're drinking too much water because science. If you've done any research, your pee shouldn't be clear. If you're clear, you're overhydrated. And so you're right about that. It is like like everything has been kind of grouped into you need this much of this every single day. When in reality, like I might need 10 cups of water a day because I'm a sweaty ass person, whereas, somebody else doesn't expel the amount of liquid that I do, and so they're not going to require the intake. Or like, if you're drinking fucking what's that? Oh, the food groups? Yeah. Right. And I don't think it was originally intended to be bullshit. It was just an understudied thing, right? The human body is still such a complicated thing, and everyone's body is so different that it's almost impossible to be like 8 cups of water a day is what everybody needs. 8 cups of water a day might be good, right? It's probably not going to hurt, um, but some people might require less water. Right. And what happens a lot of times is like people when they feel that thirst, because it's a chemical your body releases that tells you, "Hey, I'm fucking thirsty. Give me some water." A lot of people mistake that for hunger, and then they just fucking start eating. A little bit of Brad Prince here. Let's see if the market closes them. This is typically a sign telling us that there's a little bit of short-term long inventory trapped here. You know what? I was watching a thing the other day too, and it was saying like back in the day, you remember like gym class used to be like I mean they used to exercise your ass. It wasn't like oh hey come to gym class and fucking do whatever, shoot the basketball, fucking do a TikTok dance or something like that. It was like see that fucking rope, bitch, climb that shit. Like or do you remember what were those bars? I used to play this game as a kid, and I loved this fucking game, but I never see these bars anywhere. They looked like this. They were two bars, and they looked like this. Oops, they look like this, and that there was a gap in the middle of them. So let's say this is two bars, or you could even let's make them 3D here. And there's another bar here, and you would race. You're here. You would have to fling your legs over, get on the outside. You'd sprint to this side, get back in the inside, jump. You use the bars, grab your hands, fling yourself over, race here, and the other person's doing the same thing, and you're trying to catch each other, going around in this circle. You guys know what I'm talking about? Oh, it's fucking. I was a nerd, I guess. But like that's the kind of stuff like used to see, or like the peg boards, or like the pull-up bars used to always be at the playground, right? You'd have like 3 levels of pull-up bars, like, and now at the playground it's just fucking, slides and shit. Yeah, it's like that rubber shit. This is similar to kind of what yesterday was feeling like, right? Like the tick was just basically getting hammered at zero. The sector boxes were for the most part kind of bearish. The weighted AD yesterday was more negative, but the market just kind of started to tick lower, tick lower, tick lower. You had that big liquidation, and then back to the back to the upside. I got that fucking meeting in 30 minutes too. Stupid ass. Um, no, it's I have to meet with because like unfortunately in medical land everything's protocol, so I have to meet with a dietitian. But like the dietitian doesn't look like what I want to look like. So, you know what I mean? It's like going to see a psychologist or a marriage counselor that's divorced. Like fuck do you know? Like what the fuck? Yeah, let me get a list of what you're on because that's what I make sure I avoid. That's why, like, there's a place called Van Dusen Physical Therapy in Yuba City, California, and I swear to God, the the people that work there are, I mean, the best people that I've encountered. I've been to a lot of physical therapy. I've been fucked up a good amount of times, and these people were the best at what they do. And I'm talking like they were also in the top notch shape. So they weren't really just kind of talking the talk and saying, hey, here, practice what I've studied in school. They were using that exact things for themselves. And obviously, it had been working. And so, like, for me to really get behind something, you know, that's what makes sense to me. Sellers got stuck on 34. And they just short covered here. So look to see if they can. No, they're not gonna. They're fucked. I just hate that there's protocols for shit like that. Fed Williams expects credit to be tighter, more expensive. Possible U.S. economy has more underlying strength. Oh, he's on right now. He's on at 12, Williams. My bad. I thought he was on at 1. Oh, somebody invited me to be on their TV show? It's all about. Produce a TV segment. 5 minutes glued on Buzz TV. Have you guys heard of that? Buzz TV? It's on LinkedIn, so I like kind of don't think it's a scam, but could be definitely. Oh, here it is. I have diabetes. They want me to go through all the right protocol because basically what's happening is like I think it's a misdiagnosis, but yeah. Well, there's a study that came out recently saying that the vaccine is they're showing like more and more cases of myocarditis from the vaccine. Yeah, that's what I'm that's what I'm saying. Like I yeah, I mean I've had no issues like that my entire life, and then now all of a sudden I have this hypothyroidism and diabetes. They're trying to pass a law in some states saying that um, the COVID vaccine is going to become part of like a schedule, like routine um, vaccinations for school students. I was like, yeah, I'll fucking homeschool my kids. Right. Yeah. If they can't, yeah, if you don't comply, then they'll just be like, well, you can't do this then. What's up, Kevin? Yeah. Yeah. And I'm sure they have to sign non disclosures and all kinds of shit like that. Exactly. Fucking well, did save your life. Fed Williams says tighter credit may blunt how far the Fed goes with rate hikes. Bullard 2.0, he says. Or that guy commented. So that's kind of saying that the Fed might pause then. Oh yeah, I saw that. And he said he was saying like there's gonna be two more rate hikes. Yeah, I saw that. But who knows if that was real or not. Yeah, if they get that break, yeah, there's not much support down there into 25, 21 area. Twenty-five's where that ledge is at. And 21's kind of like right where this volume starts. Ed Williams says acute phase of banking sector stress is likely over. You wonder they're just like feeding him lines like, hey, all right, that didn't have the reaction on the market we wanted it to. Go ahead and say this. Yeah. The VIX is gapped up today too, and it's pretty much holding um its its move higher. It hasn't really, I mean, it's been trading sideways all day. Sideways and lower, I guess, but hasn't really given up. Like yesterday it was down below 17. Today it's basically holding 17.5 all day. Apple trying to catch a little bit of a bid here. Microsoft's kind of the same. Basically right off of yesterday's low. Apple's basically at yesterday's low. Nvidia just pretty much traded lower off the open and been trading sideways ever since. We're starting to see the weighted AD try to make a lower low as well. Remember this 34 earlier from this morning, 34 level earlier from this morning, right? On that AXS. They battled 34, battled 34, battled 34, couldn't hold it. So watch to see here if we start to see some offering at this 34 level, because it's an area where they really tried to push the downside earlier and couldn't get it. So kind of seems like that's what's happening again. You see all this volume coming in just basically right below the open, and it's kind of consistent with them just trying to hold the market below the open of the day. And if they can't hold it, then back to this weak spot here for decision 36. We're at a time. I mean, we're in 11-point range, so you can't really be expecting too much on your trades today. Too much. If you're trying to hit a 10-pointer, it's gonna have to be on 5 lots and fucking 2 points. Yeah, waiting for CPI. Yeah, CPI and then the debt um, decision or whatever. All right, guys, I'll be back. I gotta sign in for this stupid fucking session meeting. Yeah, I'll leave this on. I'm not. I'll just All right. Well, that was a waste of 25 minutes. What the fuck is a Brad print? A Brad print's like basically, whoa. A Brad print's like kind of what we had in G period. So G period came up, right? H period opened up here, and so you had a gap inside the profile, right? Still, not necessarily when you're looking at the full profile, but what it does, right? So let's say we have A, B, C, D, and then all of a sudden this comes up, the next one opens up, right? So it wouldn't be single prints because there's a period that's traded there before, but you have kind of this gap showing that short-term liquidity in this case was kind of stuck below, right? And so if they weren't able to close it, which they did close it, but if they weren't able to close it, it would show that there's still stuck inventory short there. And that would kind of let us know, like, okay, next time we come up to the high, we don't want to be shorting because there's still stuck shorts. And where are they most likely to capitulate? Towards the top of the profile, towards the top of these next bars, right, where their stops are pretty much lined up. And, and that's kind of what I meant by that. How can I tell they're stuck? Just, I mean, mostly just because I've just been just doing this for so long, and then you could use like a footprint chart, you could use anything, but I'm really just using the theory of of balance here, right? Everything should have excess on the high, right? A typical profile should have an unfair high value and then an unfair low, right? People unfair low, unfair high, and then where business is conducted. Well, if we have kind of an unfair level here and it gives you kind of um, a nuance inside the profile showing us like even like right here, right? You kind of have, even though we have one distribution, we have kind of two distributions here with a low volume area separating these distributions, telling us that as we're in this upper half of the distribution, anyone that's short in this lower distribution is kind of stuck, right? Because we're in an 11-point range. So if you're short here, typically being up here, right, 8 handles higher is not necessarily going to be a point where you capitulate. And so you have this kind of stuck area, and that's why when we get, or this weak area, and when we get down here, you see a lot of people cover because they're getting close to or back towards their entry, right? And so most of the people, I assume, are probably stuck from this F high. That's where they shorted. They shorted the F high, the G period broke over, H came down, they covered their short, the market popped back up, I period kind of did the same thing, didn't quite get back down, but all the people that didn't cover in the H period started covering in the I period, and it came back up. Um, that's more coming from just like repetition of just watching the profiles over and over, replaying them, and just kind of seeing how it forms, and then that auction market theory, distribution theory. Does that make sense? Ooh. My wife brought me a Caesar salad wrap. These things are fine. even here now, right? Like if we were to separate this I period, and you can see all the volume coming in basically below this 38 half, a lot of volume, right? It could be selling, it could be buying, it doesn't really matter. I'm not someone that subscribes to if it trades on the bid or the ask that it matters. That's more or less just kind of showing aggression. But so if we get, if the market is putting in all this volume right here and then all of a sudden pops up and you start to see more volume increase and then the market move higher, we can kind of assume that these people here are getting stuck, because they're moving down lower, right? You imagine they sold here initially 39.5, came down here, they re-offered lower, and they're getting upticked. And so as they get upticked, they start to become more and more nervous, and then it increases the odds of a short covering, where shorts start to capitulate and abandon their positions. And that's because their main position was down here. And so that's why, and the way that I see things like that is when you get a high volume ledge and then low volume, right? This time they kind of reoffered it right here. You saw that reoffer right there, kind of filled it in. But you're still kind of at this ledge, so we can kind of assume that everyone below this level is pretty much stuck, and they can become unstuck, right? The buying could cease, or this offer could start to grow and push down, and they could be fine. But temporarily, when you see something like that, for me, I kind of assume, okay, we've got some temporarily stuck shorts. And I've been subscribing for the 50 all day today too, so I'm biased. Remember too that overnight inventory was 100% net short and that's typically weaker handed traders trading the overnight session. So, if we do get a break above the B high, you may see a decent short covering rally up to that, uh, up to yesterday's value, 45, 50 area. What's so funny? Nice, I like it. Nice. Yeah, then right here, if this 40 goes bid, I mean, pretty much like, I mean, to me, the B high is mechanical, right? Right at the tick to overnight single prints. We got 45, 46 ish area is yesterday's value area low. Should be some shorts there, or some people willing to sell the market up there. And then next stop would kind of be those weak volume areas up there, like 48, 50 being the epoch, and then weak spot above that 52, and then VPOC and settle. And around there, basically above 50, we've kind of been seeing this week so far a lack of demand. So there's not really been a ton of buyers up there higher. What wouldn't be ideal here is if this I period really, and you're kind of seeing it die here at the D high, but if it gets to the B high and really only, either basically if it puts in a poor high at this B high, that would be, not great. But with J period coming up in 5 minutes, we'll have some more Brad prints here in the profile, kind of showing us more short term trapped shorts. That would be the fuel for our fire to the upside. Yeah, 50. Oh, dang. Yeah, better than my entry. All right, J. Period. Don't even think about it. Just fucking keep going up. Stop bullshit. I've only got one lot left on. I didn't get the fucking Steve fill though. But decent fill. Yeah, that was a good trade. Yeah, I'm gonna have to reread it. I like that Tomho card. Yeah, that makes sense. So 45, we basically traded right to the value area low and we got some selling. That's expected. Yeah. I'm sure that there's areas where he looks to take profit at. Um, but like, or like areas that he's looking for the reaction at, and if he sees the inverse reaction, right, then he'll start peeling it off. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he does it all for free too. I think. Does he charge? He has. I think he has Telegram. I don't know if he charges for it though. I could be wrong though. I'm not sure. Mm. Even if they are after the fact, like the guys on SMB, TJ posted they're doing the series where they talk about all their trades. I mean, they're obviously after because they make a video about them and then they review them. But just listening to now, if he posts context with his trades, it makes them valuable. You know, just like, hey, look at me, I fucking did this and I did that. But like if he's like posting context with them, it still makes them worthwhile to review for sure. Like the 7 days or whatever it is. Well, yeah, I mean, you definitely. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure. I think maybe like if if you qualified the accounts, obviously you're doing something. Unless you're just like gambling them, right? Because you know, so real. So really, what you should take from it then is that you can do it. It does suck that you disqualified them, but it does show you that what I would do is go back and like screenshot or make a journal of all the trades that you took in order to get you qualified, and then you know kind of back test, or not really back test, but like back document, like, okay, this was why this trade was going, and then set up your own like personal playbook and be like, okay, this is where I shine, right? Like my dad and I, in for comparison, right? Like for me, I typically take longer trades. Like I'll sit in a trade for hours. Whereas like my dad, and he's kind of constrained because of work, but his trades are typically like 2 3 point trades, right? Sometimes he gets some smackers too, but most of the time it's just 2 3 point trades. And so what he had to do was adjust his trade style to be a little bit higher leveraged, and then smaller targets. He's really just looking to take like a nice bite out, um, instead of like kind of like enjoying the sandwich, so to speak. And so like if you can kind of like hone in or zero in on where your best trades came from, create your own playbook, because it could be like, not everyone is gonna be, trading from fucking 4100 to 4200 and be like, yeah, nailed it. Some people are going to be trading from like 4100 to 4102, and then they're going to take another trade from 4140 to 4142. They're going to take another trade from like 4160 to 4170, right? They catch a big one. Like, I mean, that's just kind of how it goes. And so what it feels like sometimes is like you're like, well, fuck, I want a 10 point trade. Well, it's not necessarily like that you need the market to move 10 points in order to get a 10 point trade. The market can move 2 points, and if you've got 5 lots on, then you're going to hit that 10 point trade, right? But you just have to make sure that your risk is in line. Like in Tom's book, I'm pretty sure he doesn't really kind of subscribe to the risk versus reward thing, but he does manage risk in different ways. It's not like he's just like fucking balls to the wall or fucking doesn't think about it. Like he does manage risk, um, but it's like, let's say if you've got a $2,500 account and you're trading the ES, right? Well, you figure, you're risking 5% a day, let's say. So that's like $125. And so that's a point and a quarter. And so if your target on there is like 2.5 points, right? If you're trading the ES, so you get 2.5 points, but you just have to be willing to accept that at that 1.25 point negative, that you've got to flatten the trade, or if your stop is there or whatever, flatten the trade. Because what happens is like if you're not doing that, then it just kind of defeats the purpose over a long period of time. But that's what I mean. That's what I would do. I would go back because it should all be there. You should be able to like pull up the screen, and then I'd put it on a 1 minute chart so you can really kind of hone in on like entries and exits and stuff like that. Um, and then print it out, review it, and I mean, if are those the first two that you qualified? Yeah, so then those would be, now, like, you obviously can do it, and so that's how you did it. That's what I would go for. Oh, see, what you should do every single day is look at your trades on chart, from the previous day, right? Because like P&L is great, right? But like, and you can ask my uncle. Like, I'm always like, let me see the fucking chart zoomed out with all the entries on it, right? And you're like, like sometimes you don't want to show it. I'm the same way. Sometimes I'm like, fuck that. Like, I look at it myself and I'm like, what the fuck was I doing here? And you're like, oh, all these entries here, fucking for one tick, one tick, one tick, one tick. It's like, what are you doing? Just wait a second. It's like, yeah, That's pretty cool. I mean, it really gives you like a solid base to start working off of. Right. I agree. And I honestly think that's any professional. I don't want to say any profession, because like you can be a good electrician and not necessarily have good psychology because you're doing a task. But any profession or professional endeavor ha- that has so many variables, like trading or playing a sport or like being a fucking doctor, or like maybe a surgeon, not necessarily a doctor, but like a surgeon, something like that. You really do have to have strong psychology, because if you don't have confidence, you don't have discipline, regardless of all the natural talent that you may have, without a strong psychology, none of that natural talent is only going to take you so far. I think that's why my dad's doing so much better, also because he had a natural ability to kind of see the market, right? The patterns, like the shit just made sense to him. But when he started focusing more on his psychology and his personal interpersonal growth, you really start to get to that kind of next level. Even myself included, like there's no way that I would be as successful as I am without this, like the psychological background that I kind of forced myself into. And then like the, you know, continued motivation to be the best or to be better than my current version. It's just not going to happen. It'd be nice if it could, right? Because then you could just fucking wake up and roll out of bed and fucking trade and roll back over and eat a fucking box of donuts, fall asleep, and but it's just it's just not how it works. Just give me the 50. I'll fucking close my computer and we'll fucking call it a day. Like, what are we doing here? I've been sitting here all fucking day. Yeah. They're just waiting for me to close my trade. As soon as I close my trade, fucking straight to the high. J period getting ready to reverse. Yeah, exactly. Fucking. I see more messages from this fucking uh no, it's like the guy over at Confessions of a Market Maker, JJ, like the main guy who used to be a market maker. I get more emails from that company like sign up to be funded and blah 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 like fucking I just hope that all those people that are over there fucking not just blowing accounts. I just hope they're preaching like slow and steady instead of like not your money, who cares? I've seen I mean one of my good friends, you know, fucking the amount of resets that he did on one of his accounts that would make you sick. Made me sick. Yeah, for 1,000. Yeah, exactly. I want him to stop. Like, enough is enough, okay? No, no. You know, and I haven't been recommending stopping for months now, but who knows? I'll be right back. Yeah, the volume is super slow. For real. And as soon as you put on some size, what will happen is it'll fucking just move on you. Were you short down there? Oh, yeah, that's what held me out of getting long lower. I waited until that 34 half to get because of that, because of how G opened. Pigs. That's what. Piggies. No, and now we're starting to see some sequencing from the high here, so we got to be a little bit careful. You're starting to get a failure basically right from the value area low of yesterday, and then this K high right from that J half back. So really, what we want to see is a break of that, and then I mean, really, what we want to see is the market stay above that initial balance, and if it does stay above that initial balance, I would pretty much take that K high, but we're starting to see a little bit of sequencing going in the downside direction. So maybe an indication that short time frame sellers have kind of retaken control from up higher. Still have trapped inventory down here below, so still could still could go back up, but a little bit of kind of a reversal look there. You're still seeing, like, we drag this over here. You're still seeing the this is S&P 500 weighted AD, pretty much still making higher highs, right? Kind of tailed off, got another boost, trading sideways again. Nasdaq here, for the most part, still trading higher, kind of topping out here though. Nasdaq definitely not looking as strong as the ES or the Dow for sure. And then the Dow here, kind of ugly, but so far it's kind of making its way back to the zero line. Weighted AD still kind of continuing to try to push heights here. And then the VIX, it's hard to see here, but pretty much has just been slowly getting lower and lower all day. But hasn't really closed this gap from yesterday. The Volt is back above zero, so that's a positive indication. Apple still kind of lagging behind here, especially compared to yesterday's value, a lot higher. Traded into yesterday's value, traded back down. It's kind of getting accepted lower, so that's kind of a bearish look there. And then Microsoft here just kind of trading sideways. All right, so not really any like definitive confirmation to either direction. Getting kind of mixed signals. No consent. That's a joke. Maybe getting some stuck shorts here, 41.5. And you can see on the 0 DTE, they're kind of pinning gamma here. So like 4150, right? There's a higher gamma, so they're probably short this 4150 and they just keep rolling up these puts and calls. So they're probably saying 4150 probably going to be a pinning point, and they're basically every time we climb 5 points higher, they start selling the option below it. And same thing with the calls to kind of reduce the cost, it looks like. Yeah, they're trading on both sides. It's pretty fair. PC ratios 1.29. My God. That's low. Compare like for for most things that you see, that's pretty fucking low. So slow. I did read somewhere that I just 100 fucking minimum. Still here. I did read somewhere that in this the COT and the car report that there, because it used to be like 100 lots or bigger, and now it's 20 lots. Uh, as far as how they aggregate the positions now, so that's kind of that's a lot more variability. It could be that it increases transparency, but it puts a lot more variability the uh, on the market, on the COT report at least. This is SPX. What are we doing here? Calls trading on the bid, selling calls, and puts trading on the bid. Yeah, so they're doing the exact same thing. Yep, they are. They're going to try to pin that 50 today. like like just stay at it, like get it to there and then just let it expire right there. So like if we're looking at the option chain for today, a little bit more clear on the SPX just because there's more trading, but you can see like basically what they're doing here now that we're at the 4140 is most likely they're selling these 4150 calls, buying these 4140 calls. So they're buying into money calls, selling out of the money calls, expecting the market to expire above 4140 but below 4150. This is zero DTE, and they're doing the exact same thing on the put side. And that's a way to like basically kind of spread the cost. It looks like they're a little bit more, a little bit more heavy gamma on the short side. But that 4130 is a high gamma level, anyways. That kind of makes sense. And we never broke it this morning. $16th. Look at this. Someone's gambling. So buy order. Just a hedge. Someone buying like a fuckload of out of the money puts. That expire. Oh yeah, that was someone posted in the Discord like they're expecting the VIX to go pretty high. Look at the what? Where was that? They're 300,000 VIX September calls. That's what they were, September. These. They were 60s. If we look at just September, yeah, you can see there they are right there. That's 318,000, so people piled in after him. Um, but this is a spread. So he's buying the 60 calls, it looks like. And then an additional trader said that they sold the September 40 calls. So what I'm thinking here is, so they buy the 40 calls and sell these 60 calls. So it's basically like a debit spread, but they're not there. It's a ratio. It's obviously a ratio. Um, so they're selling these. They're cheaper to see. It doesn't. It just says that they traded. It's not. Can't really tell if they were traded, how they were traded. It's one thing that would be nice if they had some more transparency if they were buy to open or they were sell to open. But so you figure, even if he's short these 40 calls. Oh yeah, someone sold so they sold these, so they're short a 40 call, and then if they're long the 60 call, that's a credit spread. So he's expecting the VIX to stay under 40. But then when you get news articles like this, it's kind of putting it out like someone's expecting the VIX to go above 60, and if the VIX goes above 60, the market has to fucking take a big dive to the downside. But so like the way that it works, right, is if if you have if you have, let's say we're gonna sell a 4150 call and it is $5, right? And then you buy the 4160 call, but this 4160 call is only, let's say, $2, right? Well, two of these is equal to five of these. So you basically go five heavy on these and it covers you if the market goes above that 40. It gives you a backstop, basically, because the only risk that you really have is this area in here. So above, right, you're still a loser, but you're gonna make money because of the ratios, because of the spread. But you're if it expires in here, you're a loser. But if it expires anywhere below this, you're a winner, right? And if it trades lower, you're a winner earlier, and you can start to peel some of these off. Typically, these ones first. But that's, I mean, that's just like your regular credit spread. This guy's just doing it on like a highest level and on the VIX. Or like not even really high level, just margin. Big money send. It was, I mean, it's definitely a big trade. But you figure like here, let's look at the exact options that this guy got, right? So if we go to trade, we're looking at the VIX. This guy he sold $100,000 worth of these 40 calls, so they're 150, and then bought the 60 calls at 69 cents. We'll call it 70. Let's pull out our fucking handy dandy calculator here. What would it take? We said let's say 100,000, right? Divided by 150 is the fucking mark of the beast over here. Fucking 666,000. So let's remember this number. Um, so 666,666, and then the 60 calls are 70 cents, and there were 300,000. So 300,000 divided by 0.7 equals 428. I might have done the math wrong on the first one. So 428.57.1. So he actually paid less than that, right? Or that's how many he got if he got them for this strike, or for this price. We do the math on the first one again. 100,000. Yeah, so that is right. So then we take this, minus it from the 428,571, and so he has a debit or a credit of 300 grand, $361,000. So he has a credit for this, and so basically, what has to happen if volatility kicks up, even if it gets to a negative point, he's still credited with this much. So as long as it doesn't go past that credit, he's still going to make money. Of course, he's not gonna let that happen. He's gonna work in and out of it. But, I mean, September is pretty far away, so anything can kind of happen there. Yeah, seriously. If we take this high right here, though, we should be B to G. More sellers got stuck down there. 41. They weren't even able to break that J low. Warren Buffett quote: "Rule number one: never lose money. Rule number two: never forget rule number." Yeah, you remember what we talked about a couple of weeks ago? What was it that he was buying? He had announced it, which I thought it was weird that he announced it because he didn't necessarily have to announce it. Um, some gas company. Yeah, straight. I don't know. They held that K high pretty much. Mhm. Oh, liquidation there, back to the center. Ugh. That AK period is J period, huh? Yeah, right below that FG low. That's the ticket. Maybe we won't even get down there. think it's the K12s. Key move right there. Like we get, our first indication that buying might be slowing with mechanical J high, mechanical K high. They even got the second test, couldn't hold it, right? One tick is basically the same. Um, they get that liquidation, we get a negative 1,000 tick, and then we are back into the upper distribution, really kind of just confirming that that was most likely just a liquidation. Right? If it was actual selling, we probably would have held below this weak spot on the profile. I gotta go. I'll be back.